all of you. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's get straight into it. Let's go. We got a few little things going on. Number one, we got a little soft shell. I think it's small shell. Sorry, not a soft shell, a small shell. As is implied by its name, the small shell's shell is small. What is not widely known is that unlike normal crabs whose shells grow thicker and hence larger as the crabs age, small shell carapaces actually reduce in size due to erosion over the wavekin's lifespan until nothing is left but legs. Got not but a sea lion's share of crab offal twixt them ears, I reckon. Ighil moi. Thanks, whoever you are. I don't know, man. I don't even know. So, there's a big question. Why is Calosa in Kugane staring wistfully off at the sea? Well, turns out, Calosa and Rian might have had a little falling out for a bit. After what happened with Omega, Calosa was thinking about how she very nearly got herself killed and only survived because Midgard Sormer believed that she was able to do something more. And so she had to talk to Rian about it. And unfortunately, Rian is getting to the point where his parents are asking him to, settle down, go home, be a family man. But Calosa knows that she can't do that just yet. If she were to have a family and then suddenly had to go off and save the world again, it would be just like what happened to her parents when they went off to war and ended up dying. Calosa doesn't think she can let her family go through with that. And so she kind of ran away. It might have been a little bit of a problem there. There's a kind of a little bit of feeling that she wonders if Rian thinks that adventuring is actually just, a childish thing for kids. Once you're a real adult, that's when you settle down. And Calosa doesn't know if she's ready for that. She wants to, someday maybe. But right now, this is what she is. And she's gotta accept it. So she's come out to Kugane to find herself. And it turns out, Krile needs some help with something. That's right. Turns out when Krile's, island just ended up disappearing and only she survived. She was the one who was found. What happened to the island? Why, it just appeared off the coast of Kugane for no reason. We gotta figure out what's happening. Oh yeah, I can't do it in New Game Plus mode, so I gotta get out of New Game Plus. We'll do it later. Hey, Alteron. Hey, we're getting into Eureka. We're getting into Eureka Anemos. Let's do it. I think it's Anemos. Yeah. That's the first one. I always forget these stupid names. Yeah. Why, this is a windy area. What could that be off in the corner? That's where the students of Baldessian are. And that's probably where Grandpa Galuf is. So we gotta get there and figure out how to find him and save him from what happened. Oh, we've got gales going on. That's why we didn't see anything very well. So, hey guys! Welcome to Eureka. Which was because Eureka was the land of, magical, how do you say, forbidden weapons in Final Fantasy III. So the students of Baldessian are hiding weapons in their big giant students of Baldessian land. So that's why it's called Eureka now. So guys, do you like Final Fantasy 11? Yes, we are doing another thing, Alteron, but I'm doing this thing first so that we can get we got some story happening, Alteron. Calm yourself. Calm. It's okay. We got this. There's a method to my madness. So, back to Eureka. Hey guys, do you like Final Fantasy 11? Do you like when you die, you lose all of your levels and experience? So do I! Actually, I hate it. Anyway, so, this is Eureka. This is a place where everyone is ready to absolutely, utterly kill you. We are level 20 in here, and the highest level monsters are 25 over in here. So, you need a party to be able to do anything more than just cower in a corner. Yeah. Oh boy, I love that. Yeah. Isn't that the best? You're just playing a thing and then your tank forgets to pop a cooldown and then he dies and you wipe and then you lose a level. Isn't that great? That's absolutely amazing. It's not at all terrible and stupid. Anyway, so Krile would normally be here. There's a little story thing. Krile would normally be here, and she's like, help us find out what's going on. Apparently, this place has, like, we just arrived here on a boat. There we go. By the way, I'm doing this because New Game Plus doesn't exist for this, and this is kind of where we would do it anyway, so here we go. Now you just get to hear me explaining the story, because it's important, I guess, question mark. Anyway. So Krile says that we just arrived here on the boat. You can see we could just leave there. That we just arrived on a boat, but we cannot actually use the Ethernet because there's like things that are messing up the ether currents in the area. So we had to run around the area, figure out where all the ether currents like were getting stopped up, and then stop the stoppage. And the final one was, I think, at the winter. I just checked. They just Ethernet shard. Thanks. Windtorn Cavern. I thought so. So we're going to the Windtorn Cavern, and the final one, we need to get the, we finally got all the stoppages up, and we need to find out a way to get, we need to find a way to open up the Ethernet so we can travel to the next area. So we're passing by all these monsters. Oh, by the way, so this thing is Earth Elemental, which means that he's weak to a Water Elemental. So you can actually move this around. If you're the same type, you get a defensive buff. If you're the enemy type, then you get a offensive buff. I think, yeah, because it goes in a little circle. It goes in a little circle from, like, over that way and this way. So, yeah, you can see kind of like that. So, if you're the thing that they would actually deal more damage to, so, like, if you were, say, I guess lightning, then the earth guys would actually do more damage to you and actually attack you. So, you guys to be careful. Anyway, I'm level 20, so these guys don't attack. Otherwise, don't just walk through places randomly, because they will just absolutely annihilate you. Don't test them. Anyway, we arrived at the relay. We arrived at the relay and tried it out. And then a mysterious character who said, whoa, dost thou desire the power? And then Calosa got the echo and saw 4 characters who were very reminiscent of Final Fantasy V's Dawn Warriors. Let me see if I remember them all. It was Galuf, Butts' dad. I remember his last name, Klauser. Yeah, Klauser's house. Oh gosh, what was his name? His first name. Anyway, then there was Zezat, and then there was Kelgar. So these 4 are sitting here like, oh, we have to seal away the primal. What are we gonna do that? I don't know. This is a mystery. And then Galuf is like, I think I have an idea. And then the echo finishes, but the mysterious guy is gone. So what could this be? That's a mystery. But anyway, we ended up getting that thing up and running. And now we can head back and talk with Geralt, who, by the way, is here at the very entrance. Dorgan! Thank you, Alteron. Dorgan Klauser. What? His name is so dumb. No wonder he named his kid Butts. I mean, really. Thank you. So the 4 Dawn Warriors are considering to themselves how they are going to seal away a primal. But we're not exactly sure what that entails or what's been going on. But it seems like this island has some secrets to it. And we're gonna figure it out another time. For now, though, derp, let's go back to Fort Surgate. There we go. I think Surgate was the city that Zezat was king of. Anyway, Geralt is here. Guess what? Geralt is has to pay off all of his debts from drinking all the time, so he needs to make new weapons. Which means that this person, Calosa, has got a new weapon. Cha-cha! This was why I was saying we need to do this stuff, because this is actually the only way to get the highest level legendary weapons in this part, is that you're actually doing this kind of stuff and getting these magical weapons. That's why I was doing this. There was a method to my madness, I promise you. So anyway, Calosa's got a new weapon after figuring out a few things, but right now, Krile, who is here, trust me, I promise you, says that she's got some stuff to work on, but that she's gonna call on us another time. Dun dun dun. But for now, let's continue. Let's go on back to New Game Plus. Return to Ivalice. Fresh off their widely acclaimed performance of the Zodiac Brave story in Garlemald, the airborne theater troupe Prima Vista sets anchor in Kugane with a new story to be told. What brings them to these far lands? Sit back and let them regale you with a tale of the fabled kingdom of Ivalice, and perhaps you will understand. Yeah, I figured it. Yeah, Alteron figured it out. Yay! But yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. So I was like, we could kind of fit in that thing because there's no New Game Plus for it. That's probably the best way to fit it in, is just me explaining the thing. Not that you could find the story anywhere else. I was trying to figure out the story for it. Like, I looked it up everywhere. Couldn't find, like, a synopsis. So I literally just had to do the story just so that I had to go through with that just because of that. Hey, Annika! Wave. Oh, I think it's greet, isn't it? There we go, yeah, humble greeting. There we go. But yeah, just go ahead. I'll catch up with you in a bit, because we're doing it. Keita knows someone seeking your acquaintance. I wonder who this mysterious, cute girl would be. Couldn't be a little sister or anything. Welcome, lady. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. What the? Wait a minute. I think I know that face. Oh. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Oh. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Murilla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. What are you doing here? Aqua, I have arrived too. Hello, Lena. Aqua's excited. Is there a problem? Well, it's just, what are you doing out here? Muji? Oh, that would be my sister. People mistake us all the time. Same profession, you see, and we do bear a passing resemblance. Aha! That's where I know you from. When I last heard, she was still assigned to the Botanist Guild in Gridania. Poor thing. Oh, that was the Botanist storyline. So that's how Calosa knows her. Shush.
But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. What? Why would you? It's nighttime! Well, what's up? No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma? Alma! Come! I found her!
Who is this cute little girl?
Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Mm-hmm. Indeed it is. Huh? Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope.
Wow, are you a princess? I'm gonna need a... Oh no, she's crying! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a joke!
It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue?
Whoops! Whoops, sorry about that.
We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Well, thanks for picking me up, I guess, sir.
Passing is an understatement, lady. Yeah, she looks exactly like the other Raven Cat girl in the botanist storyline. It's pretty great. Anyway, I forgot to mention, speaking of Alma and everyone, I know we're doing Ivalice, but I just wanted to point out, because I forgot to mention, that the writing, the story was, oh, that's cute. She did a little wave while I approached. This is literally, like, written by Matsuo, the writer for Final Fantasy Tactics, and the beginning of 12 before he left Square Enix. So this is actually going to be, if you liked Tactics and you wanted to know how Final Fantasy 12 would have been with him at the helm, look it no further. Oh, sorry, Alma, I didn't mean to make a joke. I was just... Oh man, this is my life.
As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Amine Gumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him if you wish to gain admission to the docks.
Alright. Well, wow. Alma's a little shy girl.
Thank you for coming, Calosa. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle.
Alright. Cutscene, cutscene, cutscene. Wow. This is a little mini ship. Look at this pretty airship. Well, we are now aboard the Prima Vista, and this is the acting troupe Tantalus. Now, let me tell you, when we first learned that there was going to be a Tantalus on the Prima Vista, I was ecstatic. I was like, is there going to be a Zidane? And then I thought to myself, nah, there's most likely not going to be Zidane. And then I thought to myself, is there going to be Baku? Is there going to be Blank? Is there going to be Marcus? The answer is absolutely not. They have commandeered Final Fantasy IX's story for their own thing, and I am absolutely pissed. None of these people have a name. They're just all people, and everyone who has a name has nothing about actual Tantalus. They just screwed Zidane over. Rip Zidane. Rip Tantalus. Absolutely. No one here. This is the worst. So, number one, grievance against this storyline. They ruined Final Fantasy IX, took it all away from us, and put it into Final Fantasy Tactics like it was somehow better or something. Anyway,
Welcome to the Prima Vista, the most luxurious theater barge in all the land.
Hey Alma, you gonna tell me anything?
The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company.
You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least no known spies. Oh yeah, then I'm gonna keep that dirk in my drawers then.
Ask anyone and they'll readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It's a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. So this is Solus. This is Solus. This is Xenos' great-grandfather. Yeah, and so Varus' grandfather. So, ooh. Indeed, yeah, there we go. Solus was so enamored with the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, and the troop might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed, just like when the Fire Nation attacked. Now all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they're never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with His Radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bass Lexentail, daughter of Principal Jerome Sen Lexentail. Mayhap you heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message.
Oh wow, so, there was just a story about Vaughn running around beating up people, and then it turns out that the people Vaughn was beating up were, like, actually, like, evil Garleans. Aqua, I haven't played Tactics yet, so when I did this questline, I had a little hard time getting into it. I will explain things as we go along, as best I can, because let's be honest, I remember talking to someone who, like, loves Tactics, and, like, I will 100% attest to everyone who actually enjoys Tactics don't actually remember the story at all. Because they play it for the job system, which is great and amazing. But, like, they're like, oh yeah, I love the story. And it's like, okay, what happened after this point? And they're like, oh, yeah, no one remembers the story, like, at all. They remember 2 or 3 important points that get repeated all the time in other parts of references. But the rest of it, nah, no one knows it. Anyway.
By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe. By the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. What? And none of this has made any clearer as to why you're here. Right.
Yeah, see, this is a problem with his writing, is that he just starts going off into, like, tangents. Like, this is a problem that I have with my writing as well. I will just go off into random tangents as well. I mean, I'm doing it right now. But it's a problem when you're like a professional story writer who's writing for this kind of stuff. Anyway, allow me, Lena. What the? Sid? Dude, I love how if you're doing this and Omega at the same time, he's just constantly jumping back and forth between these. It's pretty funny. I've known Jeremis since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend.
Think nothing of it, Sid.
Jeremis and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the others' naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Jeremis never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Oh, that's the picture of him in a flashback. Heart will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies, so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, or rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper.
How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for their missing father, and in Garlean territory, no less? But you're different. You've seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. No. I would make for a poor adventurer were I to shy away from adventure.
Indeed.
Well, what do you expect, Sid?
Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search.
Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I am getting ahead of myself. Please follow me.
Next cutscene. Ooh, heading up to the bridge, are we? Oh yeah.
So, through adventure and hardship, young Delida, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mystical kingdom of Ivalice. But that's where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Jeremis simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delida would never have risen to the throne. He was the next tale he wanted to tell. The true Zodiac Brave story.
Oh, so he found a certain person's notes, did he?
A second hero? According to my father's studies, the young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent.
This is all done in Final Fantasy Tactics. The Delita's sister part was in the very beginning, in like basically the prologue, where a coup, like some like revolutionaries kidnap Delita's sister because they think she's a noble, and all the nobles are like, who cares? She's common born, she's a loser, no one cares. And like they even end up killing her in order to remove the hostage situation so that they could easily defeat the people. And so that's when Delita just absolutely goes feral and he becomes an evil bad guy. Or I guess he becomes Delita. So there we go, that's the story.
You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story.
One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice and Genomus had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he finally was driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma?
That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nagsha, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert.
Oh, hello! Poor Dalmasca. Kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling.
When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. What? It looks bright. My father called them auracite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal.
Auracite is the new translation. If you guys have played Final Fantasy Tactics originally on the PlayStation 1, they were called Holy Stones. When they were brought into PSN, the PlayStation Network, PSP, the War of the Lions, and our favorite Koji Fox did the translation. He retranslated them into auracite. So if you guys are not sure, that there you go. That's the connection. Aquamoon has bought Tactics. It's just been collecting dust. Well, maybe this will get you to think about maybe trying it out. It's really slow though. If you're just not a person who's like really into like slow, like, you know, tactics games, then it's probably not going to be for you, to be honest.
By the 12, it's magnificent!
Ivalice in legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that's all it ever was. A tale.
My father would often tell us of how the auracite spoke to him. At the time we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stones' beauty roused his muse, perhaps. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Higashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research. And though he was alone, we would oft hear him in conversation.
I wonder if this is a reference to Final Fantasy XII's Cid, who had a friend that no one else could see, and like everyone thought he was crazy because he was just like in cutscenes you would see him walking into a room just talking to himself. It was kind of great, like how it was portrayed.
It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness? Or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him.
Oh, someone else is coming in. Say hello to the absolute worst character in this entire storyline!
Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders.
So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce...
Enough, Master Sid! We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide.
Your sister's right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I've known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You're lucky to have her.
But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us?
'Cause he's busy with Omega at the time, technically. Timey-wimey shenanigans. You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry.
You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life.
The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You are a fool to set foot in there without a proper escort.
I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalice and legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now, you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Wow, what a brat! Can I clock him one?
Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Calosa's capable hands. And no clocking! She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours, and avoid further punches.
Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness.
Just watch part 1 of Omega, then this, then go back for part 2 of Omega. Temple Tap. You know, I might just put this up in between the two of them. That sounds like a good idea, actually. She's still writing.
Sid didn't bid me farewell. This is going in my write-up. Oh, how I miss my father. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca.
Okay. Ramza is itching to depart.
Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. Well then, when are we gonna go? As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. We're going!
Yes, sir! Full speed ahead!
Thank you, Alteron. If anyone is wondering, the Bas, it denotes them as merchants or other working class citizens. And if I recall, their father, like Ser or something, is or care, I guess, given Latin, is like, how do you say, actors and stuff. So technically his kids aren't part of the acting troupe or, like, you know, the actual writers yet.
Hey, Ramza, what's up? You're not gonna be a jerk, are you?
We'll complete our descent into Rabbanaster in the shuttle.
Let's go. Oh, is this the part? This is the best part. This is the absolute best part.
Brother, I want to go. Ramza! I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Oh, me trying not to make a casting couch joke. I mean, that's where we were. Come, we are wasting time. Brother! Hey, Lane. Hope you've been well. I've been doing well. Thank you. Hope you've been doing good. Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Hey! Is it a new name? Is it a new... In case you didn't know, yeah. Nice. Nice to see you again. Time for Ivalice. This is the absolute best and dumbest part of Ramza's big, giant, stupid self. According to my father, Rabbanaster is already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabbanaster sits atop the royal city of Lasalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, we could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. Hey, that's the thing from Final Fantasy Tactics where someone else makes fun of Ramza for being a whiny baby. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Well, what do you think? Rabbanaster. Something seems weird. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. I love this. Ramza's like, no, Alma, it's too dangerous. You can't come with us. And then we come out, we look at it and go, that's a city, all right. And then immediately leave. Why couldn't we just let Alma come out for like half a second to look at the stupid city? It's not hard. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Did you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light! Whoa!
Yeah, this was the Eureka weapon. Yeah, this is the Eureka weapon. That's why we started a little late, was because I was explaining the Eureka storyline. You guys could go back later and check it out, because we're talking about Eureka soon. Anyway, Alma.
Hold on, Father. Help is on the way. You cannot expect me to walk away from this. If the legend of Ivalice is true, the public has a right to know.
Terabinaster! Alright, let's do it. Oh, all I have is Aeonica. Well, technically, it's the legendary weapon of Stormblood. But yeah, it's a Eureka weapon. It's a Eureka legendary. But all I have is Aeonica. I don't have any friends. Yeah, the Eureka weapons are the Stormblood relic weapons, so that's why I've been using them. Yeah, Nirvana I used way back when. You gotta go back to A Realm Reborn to see me using Nirvana. Rip Nirvana. Alright, well, if other people join, then I can invite them, because it's probably gonna take a while for the first one. Well, I know what to farm, yeah! Time for you to join Eureka, Aqua! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun! Yeah, because this is really pretty. It's got little butterflies. Alright, well, here we go. Recently, residents of Kugane woke to find hovering above their city an airship unlike any ever seen. Yet while of Garlean design, the vessel distinctly lacked the bleak outfitting common in the Empire's war machina. No, this was the Prima Vista, private stage for the majestic Imperial Theater Company, a troupe having won acclaim across Garlemald for their timeless work, the Zodiac Brave story, which begets the question, why are they here? The answer to that question and more lies in the selfsame legend of which they sing. The legend of Ivalice. Dun 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 dun. It might take a while. Back in the day, before there were a bunch of people running roulettes for stuff, this would take upwards of like you know, hours. We would sit there in queue for 3 hours waiting for this stuff to pop, and then it never would. And then if it did pop, then people would just leave it, and then they'd just dodge, and it was like, great, thanks. So yeah. But nowadays, because people are just all spamming their level 80s, a lot of them are more willing to run them. More willing. Oh. I'm still eating breakfast, Aqua says. That's fine. I'm sure that Galjan and LV are as well, so I mean, most likely. That's kind of why I wanted to do the Eureka stuff first as well, so that like I could start it a little early, but like also give you guys enough time to do stuff. Oh no, this one's not the math one. That's the next one. Yay! Yeah, this one isn't the math one. This one is the sewer one. The one where you end up going into a sewer. Spoilers! Not that much of a spoiler. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I'm gonna sit. There we go. And eat some food. Speaking of eating breakfast. Let's head down and talk to some of the people around here. That's a good idea. I was thinking I might not do it, but then, wait a minute. Perfect time to talk to all these random people. Company muscle. Every muscle in a man's body has a name as beautiful as the thing it describes. I like to recite them to myself while training by the light of the moon. A full moon is best, of course, but a waxing gibbous moon will suffice. Garleans we may be, but that does not mean we approve of the Empire's every action. We seek but a peaceful coexistence with all. Aye, aye, it may sound trite, but it is also true. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The principal is missing it. The principal is missing, and half our company keep to their cabins, afraid to come out. For all I know, the moon could be descending from the skies in a brilliant blaze of glory, but that doesn't mean I can forego my practice. Despite what you may think, a good proportion of Imperial citizens are at odds with the government on the matter of foreign policy. We are not all driven to invade and assimilate. The reason you do not hear any dissenting voices is simple. Being vocal in Garlemald usually leads one to the gallows.
Psst, listen! What if Genomus isn't really missing at all? What if this is all some matter of elaborate performance? Well?
I mean...
Do not be taken in by the Empire's lies.
Don't listen to Ondor's lies!
Genomus Sen Lexentail is no criminal. He is a treasure to be admired by all Garleans, from citizen to slave. Hark, as I sing of his grace and glory.
Okay, I should probably eat breakfast. He is! He's doing the FF7 squat! Yeah, he is! Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's I think it's a paid one. I think you have to pay real money for it in the store if you want that emote. But you could get it if you want.
What is all the commotion? No one tells me anything!
You have short questions and I have short answers. Relatively speaking, of course. Yay! Who is Genomus?
Genomus has been at the Magitech Academy for but a handful of summers when he founded his own theater troupe, and it was but a handful more before his plays began attracting recognition in various influential literary circles. Although Genomus is not a prolific writer, what he lacks in quantity he makes up tenfold in quality. The public especially adored the few pieces he had both produced and starred in. So popular were his troupe's productions that admirers would have to book their seats a year or more in advance. And though he was widely regarded as one of the finest playwrights in the Empire, none was more surprised than Genomus himself when Emperor Solus Zos Galvus, in recognition of the young principal's accomplishments, presented him with his very own airship. This has since become a source of considerable ire for the new emperor, but I think Genomus would have it no other way. You see, where his art is concerned, Genomus will not compromise. He will write and rewrite and then rewrite again until he has achieved what he believes to be perfection. He will create something so perfect that even his greatest detractor will be forced to acknowledge its genius. Critics applaud Genomus for his cunning, but I know it can merely be a byproduct of his inherent stubbornness. Genomus simply cannot, will not, settle for anything less than the best. Let's say Hillel is stuck at Eureka. Okay, that's where Hillel is right now. Oh, you need to progress with your squadron. You can get squats, push-up, and breath control after doing dungeons with them. I have them! I guess I just never picked them up. Oh well. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's my life. Since its inception during Genomus's Academy days, the Majestic Theater Company has been busily producing and performing some of the Empire's most memorable works. From tragedies to comedies, classics to modern adaptations, monodrama to musicals, there was nothing the Majestic couldn't do, and do brilliantly. At the time the Zodiac Brave stories debuted, the theater was home to over 50 performers and stagehands, all living here on the Prima Vista. Now, well, you can see where we stand. What is a Zodiac Brave story? The Zodiac Brave story is a tale as old as time, and a song as old as rhyme. Beauty and I mean, whenever the kingdom was threatened, be it by tyranny, evil forces, or realm-wide disaster, 12 blessed heroes would emerge to bring light back to Ivalice. Those 12 were known as the Zodiac Braves. Each era has its own zodiac braves. Mullenkamp, the Starseer, Saint Azura, the assassin Ashley. I can at least list at least 5 others, but by far the most popular has always been King Delita. Following the death of its king, Ivalice's long-standing Atakasha dynasty finds itself without an heir. In an attempt to claim the throne, the Order of the Northern Sky, under the banner of the White Lion, and the Order of the Southern Sky, under the Black Lion, wage war, which is why it's called War of the Lions. It resulted in the death of thousands and a veritable stalemate. When all of Ivalice was at war with itself, he and 11 of his most trusted companions set out to bring order to the realm. Though not of noble birth, Delita would ultimately unite the land as regent, and the 12 became known as that era's Zodiac Braves. There has been much debate as to whether the legend is based on actual historic events or merely fiction, but most scholars agree that there is simply too little evidence to substantiate claims of Ivalice's existence. There are no ruins, and there are no relics, and the stories we are left with, well, they are just that, stories. What's worse, there are so many of them, each with its own peculiarities, that only the most basic elements actually line up. Even some of the most recent renderings of the legend feature dramatic deviations, the most notable being that Delita was assassinated before even taking the throne, instead of becoming king after his marriage to Princess Ovelia Atakasha, which is a reference to the end of Final Fantasy Tactics, spoiler alert, where Ovelia actually stabs him because she knows that he's an actual jerk who only married her for power, and he doesn't actually like her, and he was using her, so she stabs him, and then he stabs her back, and that's the ending. Da-da-da-da-da-da! Delita's a jerk! But that has always been the trouble with bards and minstrels. You can't trust a single one of them not to change the story here or there for the sake of a rhyme. And so here we are, left alone in the dark without a light to ponder a mystery only the gods know. How is the Majestic's telling different from legend? Unsurprisingly, there are many plays at which attempt a retelling of the Zodiac Brave story, but none have been as well received as the Majestic's rendition. When Genomus told me he was considering his own retelling of the legend, I was not even remotely surprised. When he subsequently revealed his intention to make it a musical, however, I nearly spat out my mead. Not content simply to write the play, he composed the music, penned the lyrics, and even saw the damned choreography. I had never even seen anything like it. With the completion of the Zodiac Brave story, he proved his genius once and for all. The musical is divided into 5 acts. The first 3, which is the amount of chapters there are in Final Fantasy Tactics. The first 3 focusing on Delita's service to the Church of Glabados, his first encounter with Princess Ovelia Atakasha, or you mean his kidnapping of her, and his subsequent oath to see her become queen, so that he could marry her. The final 2 acts move to the War of the Lions, culminating in Delita's betrothal to the princess and their tragic end. The ensemble scene in which Delita, lost in his web of lies, reveals the truth of his plans to the gods on one side of the stage, while the other, Princess Ovelia, swears to the self-same gods that she will put the past behind her. Genius! Chef kiss! A masterpiece of modern theater! What happened to Dalmasca? The Dalmasca Desert is a vast wasteland situated in the southern reaches of central Authod, sharing an eastern border with Nagsha. So large is the desert that it is divided into 2 regions, the Ester Sands and the Wester Sands. That is an actual thing in Final Fantasy XII! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun! 30 years ago, the kingdom of Dalmasca was invaded by the Garlean Empire. When the king and his council refused to pledge fealty to the empire, war erupted, resulting in the end of the Banagan line. For 1,000 years, Dalmasca had maintained its independence, only to see it crumble in a matter of moons before the might of Solus Vasgalvis' metal-clad legions. Even the royal city of Rabanastre, the famed... Even the royal city of Rabanastre, the famed Desert Sapphire, was not spared. Emboldened by the uprisings of Doba and Almiga, resistance groups within Damascus have attempted coups of their own, and all have been silenced, the Empire always seemingly knowing exactly when and where the insurgents would begin. When I was a boy, I accompanied my father on one of his caravans to Rabanastre and consider myself fortunate to have seen the royal city before its fall. The sight of its minarets bathed in the golden of sunset is something I will never forget. Whoo! Shoo! Woo! He said he did. He said he had short answers, relatively. We got it. We got it though. Woo! And yeah, Aqua. Princess Ovelia totally saw through Delita's bullshit and stabbed him. And then he stabbed her back, so I mean, ripperoni. Riceroni. Ripperisa. Ripperoni. There were still 2 people other than you. Okay, well, still, if I don't make it in time, it still cuts me out and drops the thing, so that's not... I still want to at least click it. Yeah, Charlie Brown voice. Ah! Hey, guess what I remembered to do? Cutscenes! Oh no, not red chocobos! Ah! That's a joke because the red chocobo was a super boss and I always forget if it was 12 or tactics. I honestly forget. It doesn't matter. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Alteron. I remembered things. Let's do this. These are no ordinary birds. Yeah, Ramza, they're chocobos. You figured it out. Before us lies the royal city. My father is somewhere inside. I can feel it. Something foul prevents our crossing. Where its numbing breath? Mateus the Corrupt. Fun fact, if you take a look, everyone thinks that Mateus is actually a woman because if you look on the front, there's like a lady there. Turns out that Mateus is actually a guy on the top who has kidnapped the lady. Yeah. He's kidnapped her and forced her to be under his thrall. So Mateus is actually a dude. There you go. That's the secret. Now you know the secret. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, Annika! Annika! Ah! You're on the other side! Good job. Aw, rip that person. I couldn't heal him because I was busy doing mechanics. This is what I get. Oh, we're good now. We just got one icicle, so that's okay. Living shield, protect me from evil! Yeah, see, that's the lady that he's kidnapped. And see, now she's returned to him, and see, there she is again. Wow, this is some good DPS, man. Freeze, Darkwater! Steal my body! Steal my resolve! Oh, boy. Ooh, don't like that. Yeah, even in 12, it's a dude with a lady hanging on him. Thanks, Aqua. Thanks for reminding me. But yeah, so there you go. That's the secret of Mateus. He's a jerk who's just kidnapping ladies and then using them as hostages so the gods can't kill him. Let the ichor flow. Let it birth the mire that will drown mine enemies. Oh no, we're drowning! Get in the... There we go. Oh, hello. mistaken in his assessment of your skill in battle. I worry that something even more sinister awaits us ahead. Yeah, Ivalice and Enchanter's eyeglasses. Yes. Seek bandits! It appears the deplorable creatures are here to raid abandoned homes. You ain't supposed to be here. Finders keepers! Hey, Seeks are from 12 and from Tactics Advanced 2. Which is actually called A2 because it wasn't on the Game Boy Advance anymore. These bastards mean business! Release the birds! Run while you still have your heads! Trample them all! Wow, that's a lot of chocobos. Why did 3 Seeks need, like, 12 chocobos? Wait, 3, that's like 18. That's like 18 chocobos. El's alive! You seeing red? Oh, jeez! Ah, chocometeored! Mimics! Ah, there he goes flying away. Bye-bye, red chocobo. I have A2. A2 is so good. I love A2. It had a lot of fun things, and it had Vaughn being amazing. He was like the best character in that one. My father mentioned the Empire using the might to put down rebellions within the city, but this destruction is too widespread. What if that creature we fought earlier... Another one of the twisted others! This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. Hashmal, bringer of order. Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I bring that order. You will kneel! By the way, these are the Espers. These are the summoned monsters of Final Fantasy XII. And they are... To maintain order, one must first have control. Many of these were also remade as enemy bosses from the Aura site in Tactics. Come! The cleansing flame will seal all wounds! Don't like that. The closer you are to that, the more damage it does to you. So get away from it. The land seeks order. It will not suffer the chaos you peddle, nor will I! Why do you resist? Oh, we got sand spheres. Oh, we're gonna get one of the sand spheres. Some people weren't actually doing the mechanics. Resistance will be met with retribution. The land shall bury your screams! To defy order is to defy creation itself! Up with you, that's just constantly getting attacked. Come,
the cleansing flame will seal all wounds!
One day I'll know the mechanics by heart and we'll be able to enjoy them. Yeah. to be fair, this was the time when my computer was so bad. Like see these these things appearing, I would literally just those things would appear, and by the time they appeared, I was already dead. Like just straight up. Like this is not fun to do when you have bad lag. And so this was around the time when I started realizing that I would have to just stop playing the game. It was sad, but this was when I started I stopped, gosh, what do you call it?
Your order is a lie!
I stopped my sub, but that was it. Again, you have proven your worth in this expedition. Let us see what lies beneath the city. More bandits, despite the creatures we've encountered? I know not whether they are brave or foolish. These ain't Imperial colors. Where'd they come from?
I ain't saying tomorrow.
What the? Demons! An Archaeo demon. I remember these being absolute monsters in the original tactics. You had to fight like a boss and then like 3 Archaeo demons, and they just ran around just absolutely murdering everyone. It was pretty great. And by great, I mean terrible. Lol, that's what happened on my first run? Yeah, it's not fun, Aqua. I completely understand. Charred rooms. Oh, we're not getting Alliance B. I think that's the one with the actual armor. You went to the Garum Scythe Waterway! Yeah! Welcome to the Garum Scythe Waterway. These tunnels have been said to have existed before even the Kingdom of Damascus was born. As the city grows, channels are widened and new outlets dug. Or adventure that some of the pools are so deep no one alive has ever seen their bottoms. Ooh, bottoms? Ooh. Yeah, if you're Alliance B, then you go down that one and you go into the... No, wait! A, it looks like. Yeah, but anyway, you get some little story stuff of like people traveling through the waterway seeking like safety from the war. Sky Pirate Scrawlings though, I'll get that. Only an elite will he prove his worth. Thanks, Balthier. Whoops, went the wrong way. Turned around. But yeah, see, I got here just in time. I didn't hold anything back. This isn't even a waterway anymore. It's a cavern! What in the... These ruins! We are no longer in Rabanastre, my friends. This is Lysalia, the Lysalia of Evolution legend. I remember putting my dancer, who could fly, up on one of those things and then using Nameless Dance to turn all of the enemies into toads. The creatures here are not mere beasts or voids sent. The secrets that lie beyond must be ones worth keeping. Hark, what army marches upon Rofocal's demons? Ill fortune befall all who dare gaze upon me! Oh, I know where this is happening. Whoop! Saw that one coming a mile away. An inescapable hell awaits you all! Trample. Oh, I was waiting for this. That always catches people. I walk the shadows. You will not see me until my lance is transfixed in your very soul! Oh no, not trample. Oh, thank goodness it was behind though. If you're behind him, it's a little easier to avoid. Sound the whole battle horns! Soldiers to me! Okay. Whew. The heavens tremble in my wake! Oh wow, he's going up. He's a high boy. The Arsite! Gaze upon its undying brilliance and know true fear! The Arsite? Even a hound knows when to turn tail. Would you have us think you less than chattel? Writhe in the land's embrace! Don't walk on those, they're traps. Yes, Alex, and yes, Alex, I am planning on. Oh, that's what I get for looking at other things. Yes, I'm planning on hopefully doing all three. We'll see what happens. Oh no, don't like that. Are there any tips to level up faster in Eureka? Honestly, what I did is I would just check your, what do you call it? Your challenge logs. Challenge logs have some Eureka things you can do, and it gives you, levels. It gives you extra experience, and if you do it every week, then you level up a lot faster. I also have some potions that give you experience while you're running through it. So, yeah.
if you want, I could give you some stuffs, and then you could just go in for and do the quest for every week, and then you'll be done. A lot of people got caught. Right click on the dark circles, don't stand in them. Right click on them. The tip of my lance is already at your neck. Submit or die. Drown in my darkness! Well, we're dead. Nice! That's what happens if you don't click on them! Oh. I haven't had that happen in a long while. Really? I think they're gonna try and 3-man it. How are you guys doing? We got a bunch of tanks who think they can do everything. Oh, ha 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 ha! 3 people who are gonna try and do the dark circle thing. You guys are dead. Oh, now we've got 2 people alive. Now they're gonna try and 2-man it. How much are we gonna have to wait for you losers to just, does he have like 10% health left? Is this gonna take like a half hour so that you can make your EP and feel cool? Well, there he goes. Ah ha ha. Didn't pop a thing. Aqua. Oh, I love Seabook. I'm sorry, Seabook. We all died because people can't do mechanics. Oh my gosh. I love this. To be fair, one time, everyone died except me and me as a bard and a black mage. And I literally kited the boss around for like, 5% health left. Good job being bad at video games. Can't even kill a guy. Should have just died. You honestly should have just died. I'm not rezzing you, sir. Sir, you better... I'm not rezzing you. Have fun being dead forever, loser. Ill fortune befall all who gaze upon me. You know what? I'm not reading your stuff, sir. I've already read it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm on strike. Wow, seriously? Yeah, Aqua, like, really? This guy really needed that to show off his EP. Oh, no, really? Oh, thank goodness. Ha ha, look at all you losers running away. Actually, you saved me, so thanks, you losers. I walk the shadows. You will not see me until my lance has transfixed upon your very soul. Oh, standing right on the place. I don't gotta move. Bam, 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 bam. I'm the best at video games. Joining the next one I need to get to anyway. Yeah, probably. Oh, jeez. In a circle, in a circle, in a circle. Everyone ran away from this one. Thank goodness I was there saving everyone. Weren't for the 3 people who didn't just run away from the one thing next to it. There goes my water. That's okay. This is why I have pet bottles. Sorry if that came up on the microphone. No true fear! Oh no, we all got hit by a thing! Even a hound knows when to turn tail. Rise in the lad's embrace. Taking one for the team. Oh no, don't you walk that into me, sir. Don't you dare. That trouble! Ah! Alright, time for the dark circles soon. Hope you guys don't screw this up! Me. It's okay. I was just out anyway. There it is. There we go. The lighted blinds. See, it's really not that hard. And it's like, oh, actually, the longer it takes, the more of those enemies appear. So even if you get it like towards the very end, there's a very small amount of things that that are safe. Anyway, there we go. That was easy. It was so easy. Why was there 3 tanks thinking they could solo it? To die a good death.
Any doubts I had of your participation in this rescue, I have no longer. It was wrong to misplace my trust in Sid and my sister's judgment. Now let us continue on. I sense we are close to our goal.
Who could this jerk be? Is it to be a fight, then?
I'm only too happy to oblige! Who could this be? This is the absolute jerk nozzle who killed Delita's sister way back when. He's immortal now because of the aura sight.
Who dares disturb the slumber of Ivalice, rightful king of Ivalice?
Rightful king?
Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
House Beowulf? What is he talking about? By the way, they've already started. Just saying. I don't gotta do anything. Oh, by the way, he speaks. I'm turning away. It was!
Kneel and repent.
That makes little crosses, so... Whoop-shadoodle. Okay. Crawl forth from the shadows, my pet. The world has no place for such wretches. You wish to fight? My sword is too happy to oblige.
You have a blood to stain the circle.
Save me! Common trouble!
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
Maggots! Kill the shards of emptiness before they make him powerful. That's a song about killing the shards of emptiness. Easy.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Ha! You have yet to witness the Arasite's true might!
The lies upon which you sup.
Do not. If that demon has a red face, don't do it.
You will be judged.
So see, it said that I should flee, but I didn't because I would maybe not listen. Sorry, Argath, I'm talking over you because that's important stuff to talk about because people always mess it up. Haha, I'm already out. Haha. By the way, this thing confuses you when you move.
You have a blood to stain the circle.
Oh, there we go. A good way to do it is move just a little bit and then keep moving until you find the way you want to go. Turn away. I think it was Snake Shot. Yay! I was listening. Someone turned into a chicken. Do it. That one means do listen. Turn away? Okay, I will turn away, sir.
You will be judged.
And there you go. Didn't mess up.
Kneel and repent. You have a blood to stain the circle.
Whoa. Sprint! Yeah, I'm good. I'm the best.
bares his teeth before his master. The gods have no eyes for cattle. Like sheep before the wolf.
Easy game, easy life.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Wait a minute. That voice. It was different. The aura sight. Yeah! Yay, we did it! And only one white. I'm pretty sure I have like all of these, so I'm just tossing them. Sure, whatever. You understood him? Right! The echo! Wow, he must not have been speaking. He must have been speaking in some alternate tongue. The aura sight. Huh? Huh? Where am I? Father! Ramza and the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. What in the world? Who in the... Banga? The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, Begamnon, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the aura sight unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick. Gijik here doesn't have the steadiest of hands. That one! She will bring it to me. Ah! Lena. Do it. See, Alliance is best alliance. Good job. We were the best. And Alteron was doing a bunch of reses that I was not doing because I didn't want to res people, so I'm a bad healer today. Ah! He has the aura sight now. Begamnon. Yes, this is it! The Duma! And to think we found it so close to Doma! The Duma of Doma! Oh, God. Like, shut up. Huh? You shot your own underling? Enough, Boggy. We would not have our guests think us underbred. Did you just shoot Boggy? What the? Why? You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him! Of course, Abanga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. His journal? Father!
leadership down here.
We've only ourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods, not that they're listening.
Blame yourself or God.
Get up, fool, we're leaving.
Yeah, didn't you just shoot him?
What?
What? Wow, he's made of sterner stuff than that then.
Wait for me, boss!
How was the 10 minutes of nothing on Boss 2 in chat? It was the worst. This is the dumbest thing. You're going to be alright. What was it?
We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista.
Hello, I'm a healer. I love how this game always insists that I'm just a DPS, and it's just like, okay, sure. I mean, like, yeah, I should probably not, like, leave him around forever, but, like, at least let me give him a regen or two, he'll be fine. Oh, Alma.
Father, wake up, please! Please, Mother, don't take him from us yet!
He is unchanged. Well, rip Genomus.
Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind.
I love, this is like my favorite part. This is like my favorite song in all of Tactics. It reminds me of Chrono Trigger, which might be why I love it so much. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you into such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Calosa here who went through all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her.
Hi there!
He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. Oh, oh, oh. So if I'm to understand correctly, you're saying Arcite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as it was assumed to be the case with Ysayle and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that's the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story, but as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose role faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Screw off with that! Alma did absolutely nothing but stand there and get kidnapped! She did literally nothing! Don't try to say that she was one of the heroes. Don't even pretend, whatever. Then...
To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalice and legend that I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find mention of these siblings.
I wonder if he got some papers from a certain special person. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth. I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose.
What?
Go on. The world knows me as Genimus Sen Lexentail, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arazlam. Arazlam Durai.
Durai! Da-da-da-da-da-da!
Then, he'll explain. Countless generations passed. It was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers! In Final Fantasy Tactics, these Durai Papers were literally the story. The character who was the narrator said, I've discovered this book, the Durai Papers, let's look at what it says. And so the entirety of Final Fantasy Tactics is the Durai Papers. An ancient account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era.
Huh?
You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. He's an orphan, yes, but he was the adopted son of T.G. Sid. So, or I guess grandson, but yeah, he was adopted by Sid in Final Fantasy Tactics. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake, which is 100% what happened in Final Fantasy Tactics, and a big reason why Ramza in Tactics is stupid at the end. He just leaves Ivalice and lets Oran get freaking burned at the stake, and no one cares. It's like, Ramza's a great hero, and it's like, your best friend, you just let your best friend get burned at the stake because you're too much of a baby to go and help him. Oh yeah, and it was also Arazlam doing the reading. He was the old guy in this book story. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for reminding me. The old guy with the big bushy beard and the narrator, that his name was Arazlam. The Durai Papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, the truth about Ivalice along with them.
What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing?
Because it was evil, and churches are always evil in Final Fantasy Tactics and 12 and everything that Matsuo writes.
The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft that passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name.
Forbidden Chronicles? A secret family legacy? Metal Gear! Not that I doubt you, Genimus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when, well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving it is anything but! And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place.
Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The Durai Papers, you see, are written in High Evolution, an ancient tongue long extinct. And there's no, what do you call it? There's no, gosh, what's that? What's the Rosetta Stone? There's no Rosetta Stone to help us. My father, his father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. And the diary stolen by the Bonga bounty hunters!
I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages.
And we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory.
I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do.
It is as Master Garlean said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Oh, Alma. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Don't worry, Alma. I'll take care of him.
What could be over in this corner? The aura sight glows. Dun dun dun.
Back to Kugane. Hey, Lena. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Calosa, then I'm in. If you're not, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much, I promise you.
Don't worry, I'm in. Lena Murila appears to have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time.
Calosa, where in the world have you been?
Literally right here, lady.
Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Aurosite may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us.
Let's do it.
In her message, Alma mentioned a guest from Charlotte. Someone your companion Sid Garlean believed might be able to assist the principal's research. An archetype, I think is the term she used.
Who could this mysterious character be? I have mixed feelings about this character. On the one hand, I love her. On the other hand, I don't love her. Yo!
Hey, Sid! Calosa, Lady Murila, thank you for—
Why don't I get a Lady Whispersong? Whatever.
Thank you for answering my summons. Master Garlean was kind enough to send for an Archon from Garlean, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings.
To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. And you might know what that means! We've got the one Final Fantasy IX character, and it has nothing to do with Tantalus.
I am Mikoto of House Jimba, a Doman, though my years in Garlean have made me a stranger here. You must be Calosa Whispersong, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller.
Nice to meet you too?
Let us speak of the crystal.
Well, the Otius, one of but many Aurosite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent.
My apologies. The Odious is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementary aspected energies. It is, rather, an etherstone lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency and NRR-type harmonic vibrations have been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resulting neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique eminence of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward in a determined factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment.
While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy. It will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend.
My apologies. I merely thought...
Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will.
Okay. Simpler. Right. Aether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies, Auracite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Once again, she still isn't making sense. The point is that we have ether that is material, like fire and earth, and we have ether that is immaterial, that is our soul. So this thing doesn't just draw out ether like draws in fire or water. This thing will draw out our soul and can absorb soul-like entities. There you go. Even better. Yeah, see, everyone's like, what? Still don't understand. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the auracite and stored till fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest.
Fomentation? What my young studious friend is trying to say is that Odious takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality.
Yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal.
Murder Hobo Whispersong. Thanks. Thanks, Alteron. I mean, I'm not a lady. I guess I'm not. That's true. I don't know how you could not love her, Alteron says. Her inability to dumb things down is comedy gold. It is pretty good. I do like Mikoto. Like, see, I do like her as, like, a thing, but she's not Final Fantasy IX Mikoto. And it bugs me. They take the one character from Final Fantasy IX after hinting to us this whole time that there was going to be Final Fantasy IX. And she's not Mikoto!
There being one marked difference. Primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. When I was in that place, I saw multiple people using Auracite to transform into monsters. Or bosses, if you will.
We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Oh yeah, we did see Argath, yeah. And he turned into a monster.
Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Auracite in his possession making manifest, realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that's the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Auracite itself.
Like sheep before the wolf. Maggots! If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Auracite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we... Calosa and Aeonica put to the sword.
Well, that's you not being able to look past your own body. Hey, I said I like her, and there were parts that I didn't. I admitted that she's a good character. I didn't say she's not. You're the one putting words into my mouth. Then are you saying the crystal could prove a threat?
The Auracite, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There's no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Auracite should prove harmless, even beneficial. Yeah, you would say that, guy who's been chowing down on them for several decades. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvis's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed them to bring order to the 3 great continents?
You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garlean. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... Created by someone? But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Who could have made these Auracite crystals?
If you've played Final Fantasy Tactics, you probably have an idea.
Yes, sorry, Meta and Alex is true. Argath is actually Algus, the guy who killed Delita's sister with a crossbow, and then we absolutely murdered the crap out of him for being an absolute jerkwad. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Algus is Argath. They changed. They switched it around. Thanks, Koji Fox! You think of all the things, like, I understand changing holy stones to Auracite, because, like, those are the holy stones. Like, because that, like, kind of makes it a little more magical or whatever, and, like, they kind of changed the names in, like, 12 at that point already, so, like, you might as well. But, like, why change, like, half of the characters' actual names if you could just use the name that already exists? It's not like it's gonna mess anything up. I don't know, whatever. It's not a huge deal. Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Probably has something to do with Omega! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun! Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will provide far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. See ya, Sid. Oh, jeez, we've got Mikoto here. Yeah, I still like the translation. It's fine. Koji Fox's translation is great. But, like, yeah, why would they change half of the names if you could just, whatever? What I don't understand is, if the Duma it was imprinted on Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside Odysseus's? I wonder. Yeah, better not go sitting in it. I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? Well, what of the voices I heard?
Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. This is why Ramza's the worst and needs to get clocked upside the head 700 times. Stop being a jerk to your sister.
Ramza, why won't you?
Yes, shall we speak of voices then? What of yours, Alma, a resident voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling?
No, I would never!
You would never! Then why involve a gossip mob stronger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole! Flying mole? What are you talking about? Ah! Please tell me you can see that.
Ah!
What? A Moogle? Yes, Moogles! I have no idea why they made Ramza such a douche. I know, Meta! He's the worst character this entire freaking thing.
A Moogle, and a decidedly dusty one at that. Might this be one of your acquaintances, Calosa?
I mean, probably. Most intriguing. Is it alive?
It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Can we keep it? A Moogle.
Yes. Don't just stand there. Get rid of the thing. You're the liberator. Liberate this vessel of that pest. Oh, wow. Don't be mean to Moogle. What the crap, kid? Don't be mean. The PSP remake, it mostly adds like jobs and stuff, but like I don't think it adds story so much.
Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kapow.
Gods, get this.
Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc. Denizen of Damascus Desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kapow. Damascus has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Bonga, and the Vieira might live in relative harmony with Hior, Ellison, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Moogle population. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises. Kapow!
Moogle?
Of course I am a Moogle, Kapow. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now about my admission to the Majestic...
I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a flittering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Ramza, he has wings. He has wings, Ramza.
Oh, he's crying! Oh, baby! Oh, he's hiding behind Alma!
By means of his wings, were I to guess. Yeah, what the crap, Ramza, you absolute idiot. As for his admission into our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? No, father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage.
Kapow! What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kapow. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kapow. It was then that I realized I either had to be part of it or go to my grave as a bitter and broken Moogle. Kapow!
Aw, Alma's so happy.
What is this realization before? Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kapow?
What in the world? More Moogles. Ramza's just crying.
Hurdy! How did you?
Yes! Hurdy, best Moogle!
Perhaps you'd have had more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happened to meet, Kapow. Was it not but 2 nights ago you took up the axe, Kapow? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember? He who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread. How does one savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I have merely come to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kapow. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it's not geomancer, arithmetician, Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know it will be singing a different tune comes cock's crow. Those are all jobs from the Tactics series. Kupo! That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I could feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me, Kupo! Kupo, 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 Kupo.
Kupo, 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 enough! The actors of our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider...
Kapow! Craven! Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kapow!
Wait, I issued no such...
You are all witnesses, Kapow! When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you are honor bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day! Wonderful. Now what do we do?
What do we do? We do nothing. If that bat-mole wishes to throw himself into the hordes of a stampeding zoo, I will not stand in his way.
I believe the proper term of derogation is mole-bat, and I would warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it.
Cause it's Mogu... Yeah, cause Moguri... Yeah. Moguda is mole and Komori is bat, so Moguri is mole bat.
Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Montblanc would never have set off on his fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Calosa, you're the only one among us capable of locating Montblanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. Ah, fine.
Mystic Knight is pretty cool. That's what we were kind of hoping for when it was Reaper. I was hoping for Mystic Knight, seriously.
My brother can be...
And people were like, well, what is that he talking about? We already have a sword user. It's like, yeah, but it could be like a scimitar or like literally anything, because whatever.
My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to oppress the warrior of light and her companions, Montblanc would likely choose a scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabbit Master, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare you speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it's nothing of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding the Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps? Shortly after arriving here, I was presented with a study which suggested that consuming large quantities of honey improved brain function. The results were so compelling that I almost felt moved to try. Until, that is, I saw the work had been commissioned by one of Eorzea's foremost confectioners. It made me long to return to Garlean. Forgive me, is there aught else you wish to ask? Nope.
Moogles are prominent players in Evolution legend, but none of the tales mention their capacity for flight. Something lost in translation, perhaps. Da-da-da-da-da-da! In Final Fantasy XII and the Tactics Advance games, they never flew, they just walked. Because having them be able to fly would be kind of, yeah. Actually, Advance, too, I think they could fly a little. I know the Gria could.
You saw the poor Moogle. He won't last a day on his own. You must find him and bring him back, I beg of you.
I apologize. I must learn to control my anger, but sometimes it can be difficult. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the aura side! Da-da-da-da-da-dun. Let's head out. DPS sword user would be neat, Aqua says. Alteron tilts head and Raid Mage. Oh, alright. I'm sorry you didn't like it, Meta. A2, I personally, you're right. I didn't immediately finish it either. I literally stopped like right on the final battle. And then I went in, then I did it, and then I did the final battle, and I was like, oh wow, that was the end this whole time. Whoopsie doodle. So like, I can get it. But I loved it. I liked it a lot, actually. It was a lot of fun. And it had, what's his name? My favorite. It had Vaughn being actually a cool character. It's funny because I do love Vaughn. I love him in like everything he comes in. But like, he's just such a good character in every game that no one has actually played. And it pisses me off.
The Falcon Porter tells us he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yansha, not a belt passed. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler Ryan and Steel was said to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Coupeau! Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Coupeau. The quickest route to Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin.
Alright, then let's just teleport to Yansha. There we go. Let's just go to Namaya. TA2 is probably my third favorite amongst the tactics, Alex says. What was it? What was it? How many tactics games are there? 3. But I like it! Yeah, well. To be fair, it's a little difficult. On the one hand, I kind of like that A2 had a lot more quality of life improvements that made it so it was a lot easier to actually, like, do all of the quests. But I think that that Advance 1 had a better storyline overall than the other. On the one hand, one of them is like, oh, it's kind of like the Never-Ending Story, the original book. If you trap yourself in a book and only care about the world inside your fantasies, then you're never going to see the beauty of the outside world. And that's what Advance 1 was about, which is really good. But like, Advance 2 was like, oh, I need to get home so I could see my auntie again. And it's like, okay. Also, oh no, red chocobos are attacking Mont Blanc. These red chocobos, it's funny because everyone's trying to do this, so there were just like 80 red chocobos running around and just constantly murdering the crap out of you. It was pretty great. Both Tactics Advance and Advance 2 had the 9 style learning skills from Gear, and that was a neat system. That's true. I really like that too. I'm just really fond of the special characters in Tactics Advance, regardless of the total plot, yeah. I think Charlotte showed me a speedrun of A2 and the story just seemed bad. The overall story wasn't great, but like, to be fair, the overall story is go on an adventure. And so like, technically the side story stuff is more of the main story than anything. So like, just have fun and do things.
So, like, I kind of get it, but, like, yeah, if you're not playing it for, like, the sweeping overall narrative. You really aren't. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Hurdy and Ramza were right all along. I'm a failure, a flop, a flailing, floppish failure, Capo. How could I play the part of a hero if I can't even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Calosa here was alone when she liberated Alamigo? You're never alone on the battlefield. Do 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 do. Never alone. So you're saying you'll always be there for me? For old Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let us not deal well with the details. The day is saved, and Mont Blanc has escaped sans a scratch or a single singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. I also bought Tactics Advance, but never started it. Oh, rip Aqua. It was at a pawn shop for cheap. To be fair, yeah, I really like Advanced one. And there's a lot of people who say that March is the villain because he's trying to tell people to stop living in a fantasy world. And it's like, wow, so you guys just all want to just live in a jacked up alternate reality. And to be fair, there's a lot of people that are just completely unironically would be like, yeah, if I could turn myself into a robot and live in an AI forever, I'd totally do it. And it's like, you guys are monsters. Do not even speak to me. Do not speak to me at all. Gosh. So yeah, there are a lot of people who don't like it because the moral of the story is stop hating your life and live it. And people literally cannot wrap their heads around the fact that they can live their life and not hate it. Because people are just sad, broken human beings and the worst people ever. There you go. The plot point they left out was that the book was evil and was apparently devouring their souls, so March was actually trying to save them all. Even if it was, even if it wasn't, like, that was the original story for Neverending Story, the original book, not the movie. The movie changed it into being like, oh, live your fantasies and your dreams. But no, the original book was, don't live your life in a fantasy. Like, if you... Oh, hell... What? The bongas! Alma? A gun. Oh, no, not the gun. Please, this ship is a place of peace. Release my sister or you'll answer to me. When the cat's away, the bongo will play. Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. Besides, you don't even have a shield. You're not a paladin. Stop taking the paladin stance. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek to aid in finding our leader, Kugane. What? You mean the guy who ran off with our diary? You seek our help. You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all. Never! Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer our journal as an act of good faith. Drop the weapon! Yeah, there we go.
ready to go to conquer brother. Oh. The plot point they left out was the book was evil and was trying to devour their souls. Alteron. Sounds like my ex-wife. But psh, I don't have an ex-wife. Or do you? This is rather all a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the aura site.
Mm-hmm. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain?
He really doesn't deserve Alma. Like, rip Alma having a jerk like Ramza as a brother.
After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying that Crystal ate our captain?
No, not his body, no. Only his soul. Yeah, that doesn't make it much better.
His soul?!
Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves who the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. Do not call a bonga a lizard.
First molebats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at him doing the look down on you face. He's just hiding behind Calosa.
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better.
Your failings?
30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at the memory. We were fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina.
Oh, they were there. Nalbina Fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. In Final Fantasy XII, that was where Ash's husband, Rossler, died. Bosch was trying to protect him, and Rossler was killed there.
Agamemnon was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Rossler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned.
In this one, Rossler is the twin brother. In the game, he was Ashelia's husband. They literally got married. He went to battle and immediately died. Rip Ash. But I guess they're doing this in order to free up the fact that maybe they can pair her up with someone, or like now you could be like, oh, maybe she'll date me. I don't know. Date my character. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, in this version, Rossler and Ash are twin siblings.
I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Garam Scythe waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her to survive, for as long as even a single Damascan stood, our nation would never truly perish.
Oh, I guess, never mind. Why are they twin siblings now? Because she's dead anyway. You can't even think about dating her. What? What is the point? Yeah, question mark.
But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap upon us.
Kodo.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with deep loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Kugane is little different from what drove Argath, the self-same emotions that was to nourish the Duma.
Wait.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian.
She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster. Or rather, more of one.
Garlean lies!
Ugh.
What they say is true. If we do not find Kugane and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all?
Oh, it was all for the twincest fanfics. Alteron's got it. Ramza, stop being a jerk! Yeah, what? Stop being racist! He is the most racist. Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. What could it be?
Then the captain must have put it in there. Only he had access to it until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is. It says Ridurana. The lighthouse. Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where this ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across. The Ridurana Cataract.
In Final Fantasy XII, it is where the world literally ended. It was at the edge of the world.
Legend would have us believe that is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned.
It was like, is it Dalmascan? What does it say? Alteron,
It says,
F you, Ramza! And just little Mont Blanc putting up the double deuce. Whoa, 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 whoa.
the Banga who took us hostage were once loyal Fusiliers? Whatever could have driven them to this life of villainy? It appears yesterday's enemy is tomorrow's friend. But then where does that leave us today? All I know about Ridurana I learned during my lessons on Dalmascan geography, but no mention was made of Evolution legend. While Principal Genimus seemed convinced of a connection, I believe I shall reserve judgment until more is known. Is there aught else you would ask of me?
No.
Tell me, is Ridurana truly as magnificent as they say?
You have never been there, and there I was thinking you might have something to contribute. Oh, shut up, Ramza.
Ever since laying hands on the Duma, Kugane has been acting strangely. He began speaking to the stone as if it were Prince Rossler himself. At first, my brothers and I thought it was in jest, but he continued long after he thought us all abed.
This is, partially, Princess Ash. When she's holding the Auracite, when she has the Auracite, she can see Rossler. She can see his spirit. So, yeah, this is all happening.
It is all true. My brothers and I were Fusiliers to the royal family, and Kugane was our captain.
We only laid down our flintlocks once we realized our failure. We Banga live long. Any other race would think it a blessing, but to me and mine it is a curse. More summers mean more suffering.
Ridurana? If it were up to me, we'd never go near the place. You see, we desert Mughals are not, how do you say, in our element around water. Alright, we cannot swim. Sink like sledgehammers we do, Kapow?
I don't think forest Mughals are pretty good at swimming either, seeing as how you're just always flying.
Do I know of Ridurana? Of course I know of Ridurana. Now, have I been there? No, can't say I have, Kapow.
I must admit to knowing little of Verderana, save what Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the Abyss. We shall send for you as soon as we learn aught of interest. Which is right now. Something is on Principal Genoves's mind. Unfortunately, it is not as you think. Verderana is proving to be quite the enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. This may take longer than I expected. But you are doubtless eager to know why I requested your presence. A resident dramaturge mentioned there is something you wish to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wondered if you might not indulge the man while you wait. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot this part. I thought this was a side quest. Aw, jeez. There's few so loath to take their rest than venturers without a quest, for shorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth. Quoth the man idling in an airship. Touché! I shall leave you to your devices then. No! Okay, fine. I'll go. I'll do it. Yeah, this whole thing takes so long. I was hoping I could do it all in one sitting, but heck no. Okay, fine. Adventure will find me in time. Oh, but it has, my friend, it has. My colleague tells me if this land ever needs to have an item fetched, you are the woman to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the interest of research into my next play, let's see, I seek out said compulsion to the test. Assuming you are game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine, but not just any wine, make it rose-themed, and make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of the bitter blends offered here in the East. Oh my gosh, sake in Japan is the worst. I hate it. I hate Japanese sake. Like, there's only like one type of that I can actually drink. It's the worst. Where to start? Oh, if there were some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine, you would surely be speaking to its foremost blind Lalafellan Vintier, and not here with me. Thank you for giving me the obvious solution to where I should be going. Alright. Shamani Lamani! Let's do it. I hated this side part. Yeah, it goes on a little bit. But at the end, it kind of makes it a little okay. It's kind of worth it at the very end. Soy and spice sprinkled with a subtle soupçon of the steppe. You have traveled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? Looking for some wine! A rose-themed wine? You'd be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name, or a label, or a bottle. Yes! I seem to recall a certain vintage rosé sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare amongst my personal stock. As for who might, well, Azori's Bellergent, I suppose. Aw, jeez, not this jerk. Pah! Only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, said fool would be undeservingly rewarded with one of Vilburn's best wines were he to select a vintage of Sud Vianya. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity, but let us dispense with the pretense. You are the fool in question, and do not bother to deny it. A fool who has aimed too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes and not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. I saved your stupid Bacchus wine. Gimme! Oh, the price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and I do not, I have a reputation to uphold as a vintier and a viticulturalist. Were my clients to learn that I was peddling the choice of my collection to the likes of you, they would never do business with me again! I saved the Bacchus wine industry, you... All right, just to see the back of you, I shall do the kindness of directing your steps unto one who might take pity upon your plight, assuming he does not find amusement in it. Master Gegeruju of Costa del Sol, but do not tell him I sent you. Honestly, Alex, I'm probably gonna stop right after the next one and just do the rest of it next week, cause like, holy crap, the bonga have already destroyed my throat. Like, I can't do this the whole time. I'm done. I'm sorry, you guys. Final Fantasy XIV has broken me. I've been defeated. Thumbs up. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to do 3, honestly, at this point. Oof. I am a defeated woman. Hey, Gegeruju.
Calosa, it has always been a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies informed me you came inquiring after a bottle of Sud Viage, but after I told them, they must be mistaken. Not even you would be foolish enough to think you could. I'm looking for a bottle of Sud Viage. Oh, you are serious? Oh! Calosa, you do realize one could purchase an entire estate in mist for the price of a single bottle.
Yeah, I've purchased an entire estate in mist. And I have the money.
Or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sud Viage I have in my collection. Now, I am not an unreasonable man. Let none say the venerable Gegeruju does not value a friendship as deep as the one you and I have forged. So in my boundless generosity, I offer you the opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sud Viage for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Dalmascan? Never heard of the stuff, and I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pity the poor Vintier back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, the offer stands. Oh! I didn't figure. It was just shocking to hear you want to try. Honestly, I honestly forgot, like, half of the plot and all the talking they do in this stupid thing. Like, straight up. Oops. You know what I forgot to do? Oops. Here you go. Let's listen to our music. There we go. And I also, but I didn't forget how much of a jerk Ramza is. First Sud Viage, and now Damascan wine. Might I interest you in an aged Illumines in red instead? No, I thought not. Well, you have your work cut out for you. There was a time Dalmascan wine was fairly easy to procure, even here in Vilbrand, but that was before the Empire raised the better part of the kingdom, vineyards and all. If there is any surviving bottles, it would be those that were exported before the Imperial invasion. Over 30 summers past, though I've not encountered any a decade or more, either at auction or in private hands. Collectors are covetous creatures. If one were to have somehow acquired a bottle, there is little chance he would willingly part with such a treasure, which leaves only those brought over by the few Dalmascan refugees who fled to Eorzea. Like Dressed! If you guys see, this was why I actually like this part, because I love Dressed. I wish I could get him home. All I want is him to go home to his wife, and I wish his wife is okay so that he could go back home and hug his wife. Dressed is the best. Dressed is best. There was one of those Moogle quests. There's like the Moogle delivery quests. One of them is you have to deliver a letter to him, and like it's a big huge story about him like wanting to just like just thinking about perhaps dying because he doesn't want to live anymore, and then like him having to come to terms because if he lives he can go home someday, and it's really sad, and I love him. Can't sleep. They won't let me. The bitches won't let me. They buzz and they scream. It's okay. The midges aren't here. I've gotten rid of them. Don't you remember? I know you. You were here before. You sent away the midges.
They came back, though. They always come back. They mock me. They tell me I can never go home. I just want to go home. I can't stand it here anymore.
Oh, Trest. I'm sure someday we'll find a way to get you back to your home.
Wine. My wife loved wine. We would drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. She would always keep the cork. Always thought that odd. What good is a cork? Toss it in the midden heap along with the bottle, I'd say, but she...
We could have a bottle. Aha! Though you find several empty wine bottles amongst the rubbish, one in particular calls out to you. Take it to Shamani Lamani to confirm its origin. Yeah, this is like, this guy is really sad, and I like, every quest that ever involves him is my favorite. I'm just, so like, yeah, a lot of people are like, I don't like this. I love it. The whole like, oh, gotta get the Bacchus wine quest line, I love it. Because it's just dressed. I love him. I want him, I wish I could do more for him. And the best thing I can do for him is to treat him like a normal human being and like, hug him. God. How was dressed? I hope your visit did not disquiet the poor soul. It's by some stroke of fortune the cork remains intact, but it's empty. She always kept the corks. So you have brought me an empty bottle. But what's this? The cork remains in place. That's most fortunate. If an adequate seal was made, there may still be traces of the wine within. May I? Flamboyant yet elegant, a thought-provoking blend of kookaroo beans and cinnamon with just a hint of, is that rosemary? A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement. Long has it been since I encountered a bouquet of such complexity, yet I recall it as if it were yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held a Damascus Liamond red by the name of Valens. To think I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Master Gegeruju will not be satisfied with a mere sniff as I. Now, one without scruples might see the empty bottle as the basis for a ruse.
One man's ruse is another man's keikaku!
What? Hancock?
Over the years, I've had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many things, an expert on wines is not one of them.
Yes, Hancock!
Not that it would matter if he were. Many men of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their inquisitions than in consuming them. In all likelihood, Master Gegeruju will never open the bottle, rendering the provenance of its contents practically irrelevant. Ah, but where are my manners? These forays back into Western climes always bring out the barbarian in me. It is a pleasure, Calosa. Lest you wonder at my presence here, my employers see promise in the Hingan wine trade and desire the establishment of a viable route twixt east and west. I am come to see their plan to fruition. But, returning to your dilemma, I believe I may be of assistance. I just so happen to have on my personal several sample bottles of Hingan wine made with grapes similar to those once found in Dalmasca. For a close acquaintance, I would be more than willing to part with one that she might fill her empty vessel.
But that would be unjust. As a maker of wine, I cannot allow it.
Master Gegeruju has cozened more of his clients than he can count. How do you think the man amassed his fortune? By playing fair? Would that the world were thus, but I am here to tell you it is not. So it is decided then, we shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end.
What? Wait, this is a fool's errand.
Hee hee hee. Stolen!
Did you just steal that bottle from a blind man? What the crap, Hancock?
I love him. Then let us be glad our quarry is a fool himself.
Sure, why not?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go and tell the gentle citizens of Wineport why they should be drinking Hingen. Good day! I love Hancock, he's just the worst.
I saw nothing.
Nothing at all. Yeah, says the blind guy. It actually turns out that he can actually see a little bit. It's just that he's legally blind. So there you go. Which is why he doesn't actually have a cane or anything. Yeah. I have a relative who has the same condition, sadly. Yeah, it's like, it's not fun, but like, at least he's like, not, at least it's not like that bad, where like he's constantly tripping over himself.
By the gods, you actually found one! A bottle of Damascus wine! Oh-ho, we must uncork it right away!
Or at least it appears that way. I'm gonna convince the people that live and work at a Lenosian winery why they should start drinking Hingen wine. Good luck with that, Hancock! Yeah, I know, right? Maybe he's expecting to go around to the people who are like actually drinking there, or like, hey, look at all these people who want to drink it. If you buy from us, we'll put it at a discount.
Oh yes, a lush bouquet of herbaceous dignification coupled with earthen undertones and so forth. In short, the very epitome of a Damascus red. Yes, you have outdone yourself this time, Calosa.
Sure.
A promise is a promise, ladies. The bottles of Sur Voyage, if you please. Sounds good.
Oh, look, it's a Kate Sith one. It's a Ket-Shi one.
Take whichever you fancy, except for the one with the rose. That is my favorite. Or whichever you fancy.
It's the one with the rose. It is 100% the one with the rose. Give me that. Give me that rose! There it is. It's even written in Eorzean Sud Voyage. Got it. Oh, let's finally go back. Oh, by the way, Calosa, I didn't mention it before, but Calosa, she did run away to Kugane, and she got herself an apartment. It is little more than just a room with a bed at this point, because Calosa is not in the most healthy state of mind at the moment. Seeing as how she ran away from her bonded mate and everything. You guys missed all that at the very beginning, but I told the story about what's going on. Yeah. You guys should go back to the beginning of this story, of this thing, and see what's going on with Calosa's love life, family life. It's not good, let me tell you a thing. Yeah, you should watch it later. Hey, we're finally getting to the point, though. They say a rose is a rose is a rose. So tell me, adventurer, is that a rose in your pocket, or are you simply here for small talk? A vintage wine so rare and so expensive you cannot help but stop and wonder why you just don't drink it yourself and give the wandering dramaturge a bottle of La Notion Red. A bottle of vintage Sud Viage you never cease to amaze. What is most amazing is your impeccable sense of timing. Today marks the 12th anniversary of the day I met my dear wife, and if there is one thing she loved more than wine, it was roses. Oh, would that she were here today to. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, but I jest. My wife is very much alive. In fact,
What?
she's been with us all along. Darling, would you care to join us?
For me, how thoughtful. But did you...
Forget the most important gift of all? Of course not. Here it comes. God. I'm so angry. I love this. Ah!
You just turned into a culinarian. She just class changed.
Yeah, for the Calosa Rian lore, you gotta watch the VOD. Yeah, it just happened this time at the beginning of the stream. Bacon bread! The perfect companion to a perfect wife for my perfect companion!
Bacon bread and the expensivest wine on the Oh, darling, I think this might be our best anniversary yet! Bacon bread!
That played out better than I could have imagined. I suppose I have you to thank, adventurer. Though it was the bacon bread that sealed the... Yes, it is that Principal Genomiss I hear calling. Perhaps he's made some progress with his research and requires your assistance. You had best not keep him waiting!
Bacon bread! My issue with this quest is it feels similar to the beginning of Crystal Tower, where we have to go on a fetch quest, except this time it's basic as if it's nothing to contribute to the main story and should have been optional.
I mean, yeah, it should have been optional, but technically after this, there is another quest that you can do with, like, him that does a little more with the Gegeruju quest, and it's a little more slapstick comedy stuff. So, it's not entirely unoptional technically, because you have to do that quest in order to get access to New Game Plus, kind of thing. So I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I hope these past few turns of the sun have proved as productive for you as they have for us. We have much to share. There we go! Effing finally! Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse that once manned by the Dalmascan Royal Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has laid empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their posts after the fall of Rabanastre, but if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with Evolution legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. What are you talking about? I mean, Dalmasca was built on top of Ivalice. So I thought to cross-reference text on modern Isabardian history with our translations of the DeVry papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there is not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. So the cataracts appeared sometime between Ivalice and after. Ramza's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist?
there is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. Good timing, I just learned the sun drop dance. Good, because that's a good dance. The Ridorana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. It would be wise to provision for the trip here in Higashi. An adventurer usually comes prepared. An adventurer always comes prepared. Of course. Yeah, Pharaoh's serious. This was actually where, oh, I was gonna say a thing, but I shouldn't, because that's actually kind of spoilers. The Ridorana Lighthouse. But yeah, in Final Fantasy XII, this was literally just the edge of the world. Seems weird. Look at all those gears sticking out of it. Something's very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties. One to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use the spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. You can stop calling him a lizard. He's a mammal. Don't you know? Don't you know anything about Bonga? You creep. Damn it, brother, where are you? The lighthouse looks like it has seen better days. I dare say we'll have a handful of Imperial dreadnoughts and 30 years of disrepair to thank for that. Oh, that's just a pilot. Hello, Blom Blom. Shivering? Me? My fur is simply standing on end from all the ambient ether. Yes, ambient ether in the area. Can't you feel it, Cabal? Don't worry, Captain. The slaughter are with us. They won't hurt you. Where in the king's name are you hiding, Captain? Yeah, if you wander around and talk to the Bonga in a later area, they talk about how they're actually mammals and that they're, when they get older, their skin starts to get like shingles kind of thing. And so it gets hardened and they look like scales. But yeah, they're actually mammals. This is not explained to anywhere else in any tactics. 12, advance 1 or 2. Only here. Ah! Oh. Ah ha ha ha, there he is. Oh, I didn't get him. There we go. Damn, if only that happened to me when I got shingles. I know, right? Just get super cool hardened skin and look like a cool Bonga dude? Yeah. That look like cool, awesome dragon scales? But nope. You found him, let me see! The scalies would be all over me. He needs our help! Something seems wrong. But let's go. Prince Rossler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It's all my fault. I couldn't save you. I couldn't save anyone.
anyone but myself. I'm so sorry.
Agamemnon, wait!
Oh crap!
Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've only come to help.
Oh no, I've turned into... what's his name? Yeah. Gosh. Oh no! Now we're all evil bad guys! No.
I know what I see. My own kid sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma!
The Orside is shining!
It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Witch! Murderess! Lena!
Gunfire? Barely missed. Oh, Calosa stopped it!
Agamemnon!
So this is the end. The Dumas will not release him. Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most of all. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother, look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories.
Don't you die, not yet!
In stone, his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here! By sword attested, by stone reveal. The light? Where have I seen it before? Oh no! Ah! Oh, jeez! Oh, he got swole, man! He's gone! Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? You've got it, Ramza. Let's get out of here. Yeah, Alteron, no. No! That's the bad joke. It was the arm that he uses for bad things. I get it.
I was fully prepared to fend off the abomination when he had vanished, Kupo. I dare say he took one look into my eyes and lost the will to fight. Don't tell me he's gone. He's not. He's stronger than that. He's the strongest Bonga you'll ever meet. He'll tear his way out of that Lucavi and smash it under his foot. There can be no doubt now. In the wrong hands, the Orside is a danger to us all. Something must be done, and quickly. Had Agamemnon not stolen the Duma, he would still be alive today, and we would not be faced with confronting another Lucavi. The lizard only has himself to blame. The captain's dead. I saw the light leave his eyes. Now we're alone. I will not believe this is nothing left of Bagamnon and that creature. We can still save him, we can! According to Father, the Durai papers speak of the Orosite as a holy stone, but I see nothing holy in what it did to Argath and Bagamnon. A most interesting twist. I had assumed the Orosite would act more swiftly upon the weak-willed, but mayhap I was mistaken. Could it be that the opposite is true? That those possessed of a strong will are more susceptible to its influence, not less? There are so many questions. Is there aught else you wish to know? No. I think my brother has had more than enough fun for one day. Well, perhaps it's time for a sleep spell. All right, make it sleep 3.
It is as we feared then. Bagamnon's soul is lost. A solid plan of action must be devised before facing the manga transformed. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bagamnon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction.
A distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond our... Oh. Enough, Alma. The adults are talking. While Calosa was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse.
And?
And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gaug. Gaug? The what work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gaug was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is known about its location, however, save that it was far away. Gaug was in Advance 2 and was run by Mughals. And it was the best place. It was the best place ever because all the Mughals got like tinkering jobs and just ran around murdering people with guns, and it was pretty great. The Mughals are the best in the Advance series. The Bagamnon ruse was just a distraction. Now I have the Duma. Oh no! No, Bagamnon, why?
While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason the land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that its authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed, and then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gaug's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have been unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today, which would explain why there is no mention of Britterana prior to the present era.
I think, if I recall, in the original Tactics, the fall of Gaug actually became when Saint Azura was like being a cool Saint Azura. You'll learn about him later, but for those who actually know Tactics, and Azura was being cool, and then they were like, "Oh, Azura, stop being cool!" And then they killed him, and Azura was like, "Oh, Orosite, help me!" And then the Orosite summoned a big primal Esper and just demolished the city. So that was how Gaug fell in Tactics, or at least what the church said, but we don't know. Come, Father, we will not tell them the rest of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gaug. Wait, you're not Mughals? Don't even! Ramza, stop trying to claim. Don't even try. It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of elegant technology. explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ritterana lighthouse stands atop what is left of... Oh... Alma? That necklace! Where did you get it, girl? Huh? It was my mother's. Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask?
But Kugane had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, lizard? That my sister stole it, or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of the similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Good bone.
Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned with the well-being of their kin.
But what of our kin?
What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore. What could that be? It is a secret. Oh my gosh, it's finally time. Are you guys ready? Ah!
Now is not the time to get your hair fur in a frizzle. Mudblank, breathe, breathe! I am a warrior of legend. I am a warrior of legend, Kapow!
South of Rabanastre, in a remote corner of the Valnard Sea, gapes a fathomless maw that, for centuries, has slowly devoured the world around it. Ritterana. Whether you believe the cataract a natural wonder or a demon-torn gate to the very underworld, journeys to her edge should be made with utmost caution, seeing as how none who have stumbled into the darkness have ever returned to tell the tale. An ancient spire, once used by Dalmaskins as a lighthouse, rises defiantly above the churning waters to warn for thoughtful and foolhardy alike. It is into this spire that the transformed Kugane has fled. It is into this hell that you must follow.
Don't tell me he's gone. He's not. He's stronger than that. It's the same stuff. Okay.
Now I can talk to Mikoto.
My heart cries out to you and join you on your journey to the depths of Gaug, but my head tells me that I would pay for the privilege with my life. I have received no martial training, Calosa. Whatever wonders await you, my place is here on the Prima Vista.
Tell me about this stuff while we wait.
In simple terms, I know. From what I've been able to discern, Orosite displays the uncanny ability to draw upon the will of its possessor and manipulate the formless ether into a corporeal manifestation. The resultant form can be maintained for as long as there is ether to sustain it. Principal Genomus has recently uncovered evidence which appears to corroborate my suspicion that Orosite is not a naturally occurring substance, but one created to serve a purpose, albeit a purpose I have yet to identify.
Tell me of Otius.
Despite being in the principles of possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibits none of the ethereal imprinting present in the Duma. In other words, the Orosite has yet to absorb any of Lord Genomus's ether. It is, for want of a better description, empty. Be that as it may, we still have no idea how it might be filled. Its creators have neglected to include a removable stopper. It's Math Boss, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when it comes for you? Math Boss!
Elvie is super effing excited for Math Boss, I'm just saying.
As you saw in the ruins of Lasalia, the Duma makes manifest the desires of its owner, at that time Argathadalphus. When you defeated the would-be king, his ether was released from the Orosite and the attunement broken, rendering the crystal empty once more. Until Bagamnon seized the Duma, providing it with the new desires upon which to feed. Whether Bagamnon attuned himself to the Orosite, or the Orosite attuned to him, is a question I am unprepared to answer. If pressed, however, I would venture that the will of a third party is at work here. There is a place on the Valnog Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a malm across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seek to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Balanced on the tip of the raging gulf sits a tiny islet, atop which rises an ancient lighthouse, its origins unknown. For centuries, the tower was named by Dalmascan candlekeepers who labored from dusk till dawn to warn sailors of the perilous draught. Since the kingdom's annexation, however, the structure has laid vacant, assuming it has not been claimed by the island's wildlife. Principal Genimus has cause to believe that the lighthouse is actually the ruin of a location enshrined in Evolution legend, the Clockwork City of Gaug. According to this theory, the upper levels of the city were destroyed in a catastrophic incident that eventually saw the entirety of Gaug's population migrate north. The surviving lower levels were discovered by the Damascans centuries later and refitted to serve as a lighthouse.
Elvie is. I've been drinking, so I'm not ready, Alteron says. Elvie, math time, let's go! Alteron, if you're so good at math, tell me how many O's are in the sentence in the next 10 seconds. Meh! That is... Get out, Alteron.
Leaving so soon, I would sing you a lay to send you on your way, but I shall save it for the moment of your return. Whether it be lighthearted or somber is solely up to you. Before Sid left, he handed me this queer contraption. Said it was an elegant storage node, and if I activated it, I'd hear the principal's voice as if he were standing right next to me. Would you care to try? Perhaps if Sid ever returns, he can get you to record your voice. That's assuming you do return, of course. Recordings found. Initiating query protocol. Oh, we could talk about that later. Look at all this stuff we can look at later. Because I am definitely quitting life right after this. Right after this. Oh, look! His waifu is sitting on the table next to him. That's so cute. Saving the next one for the next week is the right call because it's stupid hard. Yeah, well, I've actually at this point I've gotten to a point where like I'm pretty good enough that I can keep us from wiping, even if we just absolutely terribly die though. Here we go. Hey, we're Alliance C again. Alliance C, best C. We will discover Bagamnon here with the lighthouse. I am certain of it. What was that, Capone? Did Bagamnon, the Duma, give life to that creature? Long has it been since I last gazed upon the open sky and the vermin who scurry beneath her. Hey, Bamford. Tide Pod! There it is! Tide Pod! Tide Pod! Tide Pod! This came out like a little bit after the Tide Pod challenge became like a thing that people actually did because they were idiots. But anyway, then this guy's tank buster was Tide Pod, so there we go. Now we have Tide Pod. For brine we are born, and to brine shall we return. Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins! Coming. Oh. Watch his, gosh, the urn.
brush his urn to make sure you know where his attack is coming from. Whoop! No, hello! Oh! Sorry, Galgin. Hellel is cuter. No, hello! I got you. Within this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword! You are my reign! O darkest of vessels, you are my bow, you are my reign! Whoop. Elvie. In darkness will you know true fear! Behold, as waters most foul spill forth to defile the land! Gotta get close. Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins! No! I totally got that off too. Hey guys, just yeah, there we go. I'm rezzing people. Go. With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my reign! The night beckons once more. The seal on the gate is lifted. We can now venture up. Oh, jeez. We can now venture up further into the lighthouse. Ancient engraving. Lo, seeker and days unborn, God blade bearer, know you, this tower challenges the sky. Where the watcher, where the ward of the three waits, soul hungry, unsated. This pattern, it is unmistakably, no, it cannot be. Aw, sorry, Anika. The city remains functional. After all these centuries, let us access the teleportation nodes. defenses also seem operational. Destroy them if you must. By the way, that Godblade bearer thing was from Final Fantasy 12 because the only person who was supposed to be able to access the Ritterana lighthouse was the person who had the blade like Ash did. Go. There's a secret. Shake, 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 shake. The heat, it's almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon? Children of War Iron Belias, come! Warm your hands at my fire! This was the first Esper you got in Final Fantasy 12. Time waits for no one! Watch the floor. The slow ones will go slower and the fast ones will go faster. You cannot withstand my rage! Oh, this is perfect. So yeah, shoop, and then you turn, and then... Bound by the march of time forevermore! Rise, loyal minions! Heed my call! Pull them apart. Step into the inferno! Step into my hellfire! Are you not yet ash and bone? All hands point to death. Turn them so that they face a different corner, and there you go. Easy. Again! This is my life.
You think we're through yet?
Past the point. The clockwork city of Garlean. The architecture here is similar to that in the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is so thin. I believe you've succeeded in clearing another path. What the? Clockwork golem. These golems. I believe I know now where we are. Ancient clockwork device. Gotta kill these. Alright, it's time! It's time! Through the scroll. A wise arithmetician once said of the primes that were the most lonesome numbers. To that I say bollocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, and on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. The area's final line of defense is upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution. Warning! Warning! Entry prohibited! Math boss time! It is time. Intruder alert! Readying variable weapons systems. Initiating subject dismissal. Intruder alert! Readying variable weapons and systems. No, 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 no! No! They tell you which way he's gonna turn, like, in later bosses, but in this one, you just gotta just guess. And sometimes you guess wrong. Anomalous intelligence level detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. I have 4 health now. Align current vitals with specified multiples.
Calibrate vitals to multiples of 4. Yes! I have 4 hit points. I don't gotta move. Yay! Oh man, this is easy. Math is easy. What are you talking about? Calibrating vitals to multiples of 5. 4 plus 1 equals 5. I got this. Dun! Yay! Oh, I got it. Inaccuracy will be punished. There we go. Re-education failed. Subject dismissal approved. Booting. Tartarian protocol. Tartarian protocol loaded. Initiating process sequence countdown. Initiating process sequence at 25, 24, 23. System error! Initiating process sequence at 3, 2, 1. Processing sequence initiated! Ah! Ah! Oh! Construct 7.1. I'm kind of wish that, like, it was, like, Construct 7.1 for Alliance A, 7.2 for B, and 7.3 for C. That would have been cute. But it probably would take too much. Oh, don't move! Rip. What they are, they did different mechanics. So, like, why didn't they just name them something different? I don't know. Whatever. Not a huge deal. Not a huge deal. We tried. Rip. Oh, he's doing a little dance! Subject dismissal failed. Subject termination approved. Booting annihilation mode. Warning! Warning! Research staff, evacuate to shelters immediately. Oh, he's got all fired up. Just has a destroy ability. Intruder alert, readying variable weapons systems. Whoa, hello. No. Oh, don't like that. Don't like that. Anomalous intelligence level detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Increasing difficulty. Oh no. Oh, I have 4 HP again. Align current vitals with specified multiples. Recalibrate vitals to primes. Oh. 5! 5 is a prime! 5 is a prime! Hey! Multiples of 3. 6 is 3. 6 is 2 times 3. I'm good at math. I'm good at math, you guys. I can do the math. Yeah, I did it. Inaccuracy will be punished. Damage system 95%. Entering safe mode. Systems offline. Math boss! Math boss is best. Quick math's hard. Math is easy. There's no mistaking it. We are in the legendary clockwork city of Gaug! Don't worry, they will already be fighting by the time this finishes.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine.
The Empire is
the cancer!
Yep.
And I am the barber's blade! Brothers feeds my hate! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Thanks. Yeah, I managed some. Good job, Aqua.
Escape this!
Aw, jeez! Not ease, Matt! Matt was the super boss in Final Fantasy 12 that had, at the time, the most amount of HP in any enemy ever in Final Fantasy.
Your suffering is not yet over.
I love just dying immediately. That's cool. That's cool. That's fair. But yeah, and you were literally not supposed to kill it in like one sitting. You were supposed to kill it and then like leave and then save and then come back and then fight it again. Okay. You want to be opposites, obviously. That'll make sure that you don't get blown away later. So stay close to the ground.
Agony and sorrow. Like a knife through butter!
Like a knife through butter. And see, this one has a he's gonna turn this way like thing. Why didn't they have one for the worker? No one. Oh, jeez.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb! Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure.
I love the boss game for 12, not gonna lie. Oh, we got ads!
You will not know mercy. Your suffering is not yet over.
Right side. Oh no!
Agony and sorrow. I again shall deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers!
So yeah, here's Cyclone. If you were floating at this point, you would just fly off the edge and die. Whee! Hey, no one died. Good job, peeps.
You will pay for what you have done!
With blood! Whoa, hello. Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Oh, shoot. Thank you. Sorry. Wow, Yzmat has a punishing kick, it seems.
This is far from finished, Garleans!
Garlean.
Like a knife through butter!
Really? You're gonna do it right on top of me?
suffering is not yet over. My wounds give me strength! Enough! Like a knife through butter!
Watch out for the cyclone. Wait. Yay! You gave me your life.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
Wow, that was a lot faster than when you do it in Final Fantasy 12. Dun 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 dun. Actually, in the like remake, not remake, but like the upgraded, the Zodiac Grave version, like people have gamed it so that you could beat him in like, you know, like 10, 18 minutes. So like, yeah, he's not that bad anymore. But yeah. Ridorana Lighthouse complete! I'm sure you could look it up somewhere like, you know, Ritter or like Yzmat defeated in this or that. There it is, Construct 8! Batteries not included. Good luck, all you people. Hope you get Construct 8. But before we leave, there is a very important thing that we need to look at. It's very important. Return to the starting point for Ridorana Lighthouse. Very important. Don't teleport. If you do, you go all the way back to the beginning. I mean, you'll go all the way back to the end, but this is something that you need to see. It's very important. It's time for the most important thing ever. And I got 90 minutes to do it. Man, I wish I had a bard or something to give me Peloton, but oh well, it's okay, it's fine. There's a secret, Aqua! I don't know if you've seen it, maybe you don't know it. It's a secret. None of us suck at math. Yay, good job, everyone! We didn't suck at math. We didn't die to math. I wouldn't have known about it. Yeah, Aqua doesn't know. Good. So now you can see it for the first time. It's a secret. I'm gonna show it off after this too. Actually, I could probably do it while I'm going along the way. Nope, that's the Iron Dwarf. It's not the actual one. Where is he? I have a feeling I've passed him. I have him, I know I do. I'm pretty sure I do. It's too many characters! Too many minions, and I can't, like, specifically search. Yeah, I have, like, no idea. Ah, I'm so angry. I'm like 90% sure I have him too. Oh well. Rip. Guess you guys don't get to see. You guys don't get to see the wind-up one. The worker 7 minion. The one math boss minion. Yeah. I have him. Like, I'm like 90% sure I do. I just don't know where he is. Oh, the eyeglass? There's an eyeglass? Where, what? Oh, there is. There's a minion. Are you I haven't even seen it. It's been way too long. Oh my gosh. I guess I don't. Nope. I guess I don't. What the crap? Oh. Nope. I guess I just don't have him. Nope. I guess not. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. And we got there in time. Guys, shush up, Alex. Just shut up. Just waiting for command. Oh, look at him. He's doing a little dance. M-dance. There we go. Isn't that the best? He's just a little dance. And now you can dance with him forever if you want. Actually, you can only dance for him for 85 more minutes. But there we go. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Not gonna lie. Pretty great. The aura site. Gamnon's necklace. The one that was exactly like Alma's. Mother's necklace? But what is it doing here? Unless... It must have been the Gamnon's. Ramza! Ramza, if you don't say anything, I'm just gonna leave you out here to die of exposure. I'm just gonna... Do you need any help? I'm gonna count to 3. If you need help, you should say something. Okay, I guess. Aw, I guess I brought him back. Rip Ramza. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. The 2 necklaces. They do look exactly the same. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it become to be in Gamnon's possession? They are indeed of a different shape, but the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. It's auracite. Auracite? What makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it too, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that Gamnon considered the necklace special? Sure. It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rossler. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake. Is this the king's crystal that proved of their line? Of course! And each necklace, each auracite had acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father. The auracite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner, or creator, of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? Dun-dun-dun! Title drop! That's the name of this whole thing, is Return to Ivalice!
But who could that have been?
Ramza. It's Ramza Belov. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth about the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lysalia and Gaug, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth.
You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind.
I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask for you to trust me, Lady Murila.
Lady Murila? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself?
Of course I am, sister dearest. I've never felt better.
I sense a disturbance in the ether. It's as if 1,000 people cried out at once and then went silent.
Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove... Ramza! Thank you, Calosa. I know not what came over me. Something's wrong.
Ramza, you must rest.
Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'm fine? Something weird is happening. I don't like it.
Another adventure under our belts, eh, Calosa? It's best put pen to page before the details fade. Lysalia, and now Gaug. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexitale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomus has proof of his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And since there is the curious case of Ramza, at Alma's throat one moment, all "Sister dearest" the next. He was like a different person when he came to. Yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump on the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back to his old spiteful self, so all's well that ends well.
Something weird is going on. It's Constructate! Oh, look at him. He did his little chest burster emote. Just in time to see the chest burster animation. There he is. He's a cutie patoot. And I guess I never got him. Ripperoni. Ah, well then, it is 4 hours. I'm a sleepy baby. We're gonna be done. Thanks so much for coming along, everyone. I will see you guys around next time. I put the menu in the description in the Discord. I'm standing outside so you can show it off. Oh, thank you. Hey, I've got it here. Inoperative when discovered in the clockwork city of Gaug, the queer device Word to Life when a crystal was inserted under its chest plate. As long as the crystal is not replaced with Orosite, no automaton should prove harmless. A construct born of desperation and denial. Penitent heretic. We got it! Thank you! Thank you, Alteron. Thank you so much. Pet. Alright then. And hand over. So, yeah, I'm a sleepy baby. I'm going to bed. Love you guys. See you around next time.